Well, this really is quite uplifting. There is so much to raise the mood all around us. After all, this is when, in the face of anything, hope springs eternal, and the fans puff out their chests proudly. Such scenes here. A sea of team colours, songs ringing down from the stands. The tone is set for the 90 minutes ahead. Up he goes! He's having a go! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
McAllister clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper. All he needs to do is to place this between the goalposts and basically let them attack it.
And now a sudden chance to counter. Alexander-Arnold. Chance for the header! Well, he should have done better, and he knows it. Now it's Perez. Just the goalkeeper to beat. Allison, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. McAllister is in a really good position out wide. He's picked his way through. There's the shot! He's missed, but not by that far.
That is a really good chance missed, Peter. Certainly the way he's been playing.
Merino, a man who can do little wrong right now.
Well, he's looked really sharp recently. He's very much a player who's full of confidence now, and such a key factor when you're playing right in front of goal like he does. A goal hugger and a goal scorer.
Summerslide! It's a carbon copy of the previous miss.
This is proving to be a very good spell. The intensity is great, but they've got to make it count.
Well, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Played back in. Mohamed Salah gets into some space. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. And Torres! Son Heung-min. Your impression so far, Jim?
Yeah, they've got a good grip on this game. Now to turn it into a stranglehold.
Always onto this. That is a great pick out. Oh, just skips past his man. No way through. Rodri. Liverpool upping the intensity here, having lost possession.
Yeah, it's actually very...
Torres! And that is wildly off target.
Okay, it's come to nothing, but it's a warning of further threat on the break.
Cantona. And he's picked out the run. Fernando. There's the hit! And he's done it!
Yeah, they were made to pay for not moving the ball smartly enough through a very strong pressing wave.
So we have our breakthrough.
Well, that gives them the privilege to control the tempo of the game. It's up to them to manage it from here now.
Ederson catches it safely. Plays a delicate ball. No, he's just misjudged that one.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
Has a shot! Oh, another save.
Well, look, believe me when I tell you that goalkeepers work harder than anyone else in training, and that's why, to be top class on match day, that was a majestic stop.
Well, they've got it back in a hurry. Mohamed Salah. Summerslide! It's loose now and they want to get it back. Now it's McAllister. Terrific header! And collective relief etched on the faces of the defenders. Liverpool have their second corner now. Liverpool have the chance to go the other way. Oh, smashing header! Oh, just needed a better contact.
Now that was a slick move, and there were several options in the box to pick out.
Saka.
Okay, being behind at the break isn't ideal, but there's plenty of time to reply.
Szoboszlai. Gravenberg. Mohamed Salah. Rodri makes the interception. Mohamed Salah. Gravenberg. Now it's Mohamed Salah. Gravenberg. That is good pressure, just hounded him off it. Alexander-Arnold. And a header! Denied by an instinctive save.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Picked out brilliantly. Merino has another go. Well, that wasn't too dissimilar to the previous attempt. Corner number 3 coming up. Can he finish? Yes, it's in! And just like that, he is up and running at once. He knows it's taken a big and very kind deflection, but he is claiming it nonetheless. That has certainly made... And the half-time whistle goes. A pretty decent watch this, and each side has contributed in equal part. A couple of very good goals for the crowd to enjoy, and a game which is right on the edge. At half-time, it's 1 each. So your views on the first half?
Well, we thought this would be close, Peter, and it's proving us right so far. They're well matched, and it presents a fascinating battle of wits to see who'll emerge on top or otherwise.
So in they come for the break with nothing to separate them. The score 1-1. And if you're just back from your break, you've missed very little of the resumption of the second half. Havertz calmly anticipates. Adams spots it and intercepts. Oh, super find. That's a little off target. Oh, nicely intercepted. Oh, what a ball he's in! It's Salah! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Mohamed Salah actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
Whatever he had in mind, that was not it. And it's Fernando Torres. Oh, that's well spotted. Not the most accurate pass. Alexander-Arnold. He's got away. Mohamed Salah! Great effort, but no way through. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Perez. Oh, that looks a cracking ball. Oh, he's got a side of... Has a goal!
That's just playing it safe and simple.
McAllister.
Yeah, we get to see this more and more. Defenders popping up in these positions.
And the goalkeeper's got a good palm to that. He's gone for goal! Straight at the keeper.
Well, he doesn't need a second invitation, even from that range.
And here's Mohamed Salah. Mohamed Salah.
Well, you would hope for some movement off the bench, Peter, knowing you get an extra sub in extra time.
Szoboszlai. And Alexander-Arnold. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can and get in the right position to do that collectively.
No, that's been intercepted. Well, the idea was a good one. The execution of it, not quite so.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Adams gets across to intercept that. Fernando and Torres! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
That'll earn him a few high fives. Probably feels he could have been better protected, though.
Substitution on the field, number 7.
We have got changes here from both sides, in fact. He's got full. Loose ball now, and there's a chase on to retrieve it.
Number 8.
Decent attempt, but not quite good enough.
Number 18.
Rashford.
Rashford.
Strong running down that left flank.
Jota.
Foden proves too strong.
Substitutions taking place.
Now it's Rashford.
Oh, that was expansive and incisive. The type of move to please any coach.
Cantona. Just a quarter of an hour to play. Jota. Oh, well played.
Well, they deserve an awful lot of credit for their commitment to the cause, but it's a goal credit that would be most welcome now.
Good read, needed to be. Rashford. And smartly reclaimed. And that's gone loose. Now it's Rashford.
Oh, that's such a good run. More of that, please.
And that's gone behind for a goal kick. They get a throw in.
Substitution on the field, number 2, Van Dijk. Number 10, McAllister. Coming on the field, number 5, Ibrahima Konate.
Oh, he's caught him there, it's a free kick.
Number 6, Endo.
Still anyone's game this, one moment can decide it.
Listen, the fans haven't given up on this by any means. They still believe it can be won.
Rashford! It'll be a throw-in. Oh dear, less said about that pass the better.
You wonder if that's it now, but there may be one more opportunity, Peter, for a late steal here.
Konate gets over and intercepts. No luck with that dink over the top. Bruno Fernandes. And it's Perez.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
Oh, well played, well sorted out. 2 minutes to be added on. Rashford. He's found a way through. In with a header. Oh, yes, it's there. Late in the day, this could well be it. No So that's it. It is all over. Perfect result, perfect outcome, a test passed with flying colours. Well, there's no doubt that this is a game which holds a special place in the minds of the footballing folk in this part of the world. Expectations rising, evidently the crowd hoping to be treated to a special contest. It is the perfect backdrop for the players to walk out to. Well, there's a real familiarity about these scenes here. The followers of one of the most formidable teams in the history of football, ensuring that yet again this will be an occasion for the game's ultimate glitterati. Just joining us, we are already on the way. Bellingham could try cutting inside here. Bellingham stood his ground strongly. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal. Tries a shot! And he looked every bit the assured keeper there.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Rashford is sporting a guilty look after that.
The movement was good, but the pass lacked authority, a cause of mild frustration.
El Shaarawy. It's El Shaarawy! It's loose. Oh, he's been caught napping. Rashford. Tony Adams. Now there is a proper defender, Jim.
Well, not too many Englishmen can rival his leadership qualities, Peter.
He just had terrific header. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Pedri. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Anything noteworthy in the early part of the match, Jim?
Well, I think both teams probably feel it's too early for either to start taking real risks. So they're still very much in a phase of testing the waters and sizing each other up.
That pass has been well intercepted. Messi. Conte. No change to the score. 0-0 it remains. Rashford. Now here's the delivery. And now the hit!
The keeper was likely to need his best there, and he found it.
And that is a little undercooked. Referee's given a throw. Conte. Zubimendi. Well timed, excellent interception. Conte! Big relief, it just needed better contact.
Well, Peter, he clearly felt he was being invited to shoot, and it wasn't the worst decision he could have made.
Rashford. Pedri. Nice sequence of passes this. That's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. And claimed it back swiftly. And that has been clubbed away. Well, they could break here. Now it's El Shaarawy. Well, we've seen that early. Used a certain sixth sense.
If they want to counter, they could do with more speed.
Nicely worked. Chance! And he's done it! And it's Cameroon who take the lead.
Oh, that was a cracking little exchange to set up the finish, and a lovely understanding between both players. I mean, that's clearly tailored on the training ground and delivered beautifully on match day.
Cameroon have broken through. It's 1-0.
Well, this will present the manager with a few interesting options, Peter. Try sitting on this or push on with the opposition now forced to come out.
Messi. Mbappe going full steam ahead down the left flank. He is through here. That's been cut out, well played. And that should get the job done. A mixture of good defending and indecisive passing. No progress. Bastoni out to the right. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Now it's Rafinha. Rafinha! And the assistant referee rightly gives him offside. Rodri. Now it's Rashford. Now the ball's gone astray. Well, it's a poor throw that, picked off with relative ease. Oh, he's felt that, hasn't he? Well, played right into his path.
Beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been handcuffed.
He's shifting through the gears here. Mbappe. Oh, he had to make that, and he did make it. And we hit half-time. So there we are, half-time. Both teams head into their respective dressing room, and well, there was a genuine flow about the game. Most importantly, there has been just one telling moment. It is still very tight here. The game still up for grabs. And the half-time score, 1-0.
It's a dressing room that needs rousing at half-time because in truth they've not really been at it so far. If the pep talk works, we may see a very different side second half. We need to.
Cambio de jugadores en el Barcelona. El dorsal 92.
That gets things going for the second half.
Será sustituido por el dorsal.
Well, I think in these circumstances it's all about how to adjust the balance of your team. I mean, you want to get back in it as soon as possible, but without leaving yourself too open.
And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
A lovely feed is hits one! Denied by an instinctive save.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
And they win it back again. Now it's Mbappe. Out for a throw. Conte, the man that is tenacity personified. Great defending, strong and determined.
I wouldn't fancy playing up front in these circumstances, to be honest. There's absolutely no supply.
And that's gone loose. Kane. Down by a goal, needing to go up a gear. That's how it looks here. Back into the middle. Clips it so gently. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Rodri. Rashford is in a really good position out wide. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Mbappe.
La asistencia a este partido asciende a 90.
He might be in here.
Espectadores.
Mbappe. Mbappe! Oh, another save.
Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
That's a decent clearance. And now they can spring out of defence. Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Well, they've got it back in a hurry. And they've got a throw. Adams. Bastoni gets it away. Oh no, that was never going to make it. Now it's Kane. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
And here's Kane.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space left behind is filled.
And that was very necessary. Pedri touches it back.
They're really...
Oh, shooting chance! Well, now it's a race for the ball. Oh, he's got a crucial block in there.
Well, this is exactly the approach they have to take now, Peter.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
I think they just have to keep forcing the issue and they'll get clinical.
Cambio de jugadores en el Barcelona. El dorsal
So,
3,
time for changes
el
on
dorsal
both
3,
sides, actually.
serán sustituidos por...
Your
el
impression
dorsal
so far,
3,
Jim?
el
Well, the
dorsal
time has arrived to start taking risks. They may well be happy just to level this.
That's been intercepted. And that is as far as they're going to go. Rashford. Nice control. There's the delivery.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Pedri proves too strong. Now it's Marquinhos. Played back in, and that's a good ball. Barcelona are in a tearing hurry to save themselves here.
All they need is one big chance, and it may do the trick.
Kane. Adams getting this one clear. Bout of passing here, really. He's gone for goal! Oh, that could cost them.
Yeah, he was just a little too eager to get his chance away there, and it could have level matters.
Cambio de jugadores en el Barcelona. El dorsal
Time for a
8,
change in personnel.
el dorsal 18. Serán sustituidos por...
Marquinhos.
El dorsal 10. El dorsal 21.
Yamal. Bellingham. Searching ball that into space. Can he latch on to this? Adams wins the duel this time. Looking tidy in possession here. And he's made sure that's not getting through.
Cameroon certainly don't need to overcommit now. Their priority lies further back.
And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
Habrá 2 minutos de descuento.
No, he's not getting his way this time. 2 minutes to be added on. They get a throw in.
Well, they shouldn't be dawdling it.
And the referee brings it to a close. Well, that was tense. The two parties separated by the game's only really meaningful moment. Intriguing for the neutrals, unbearable, sometimes unwatchable for those with a vested interest. So what do you take away from it all, Jim? Well, there's no doubt that this is a game which holds a special place in the minds of the footballing folk in this part of the world. Expectations rising, evidently the crowd hoping to be treated to a special contest. It is the perfect backdrop for the players to walk out to. Such scenes here, a sea of team colours, songs ringing down from the stands. The tone is set for the 90 minutes ahead. The action has already started. Rashford. He rises! Oh, that is a great start! And one more try! It's there!
Well, talk about a real rude awakening. It's almost as if the defence saw nothing coming. They just didn't anticipate. On heels rather than toes. Well, there's always a chance of being caught like that.
Oh, so are we! And the keeper has reacted superbly there.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
And we have our very first corner. Oh, shooting chance! Sticks it away! And he's got what he came for, his 20th goal. Barcelona are now luxuriating in it. Face to... Can he finish? Upamecano spots it and intercepts. And he's quick to snatch it back. Oh, well played, well sorted out. Oh, that's well spotted. Zubimendi. That pass has been well intercepted. Bastoni gets it away. Kimmich in acres of space out wide. And he has slightly undercooked that one.
Groningen clearly didn't help themselves by telegraphing that one. It was always going to be intercepted.
Hakimi gets over and intercepts. Lobbed in behind. He's found a way through. And a shot! Oh, taken with style. Just one goal in it now. Game on. No space, no problem. You just cannot stop him.
Well, at one stage he was being body checked, Peter, and then the next minute it's in the back of the net. That's wonderful striking.
We have got ourselves a game here.
I think they can sense a comeback here, and so can this crowd. It's all systems go now.
That's really well manoeuvred. No, he's just misjudged that one. Messi. Still very early doors, but it is a closely contested affair. He's shifting through the gears here. Succumbs to the pressure. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Vinicius Junior. Bastoni clears. Well, they've got it again. Tonali. It's a pretty loose pass. Thinks one through. That is good alertness. Pedri. No, that's been intercepted. Shifted upfield.
Well, Peter, he's looking particularly sharp.
And certainly on the hunt for his personal treble.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't go against that, although he may keep an eye on the bench for fear of being taken off.
Messi. Hakimi. Not the most accurate pass. Great ball if he can get there. Bastoni makes the interception. Rodri. Pedri. Zubimendi. Played back in. Decent hit! And yes, it's there! And with that, he takes home the match ball. Speed of thought, efficiency of movement, and certainty of outcome.
Well, that defence is perplexed by the fact they've allowed him the space.
And that means just one thing, match ball.
Well, you had to fancy him, Peter. He seems to be growing in stature with every goal.
Barcelona take a 2-goal lead and are looking good for the win.
They've seen the light and the opposition have been left in the dark.
Pass somewhat off target. Tonali into the final 5 minutes of the first half. And he cuts out the supply. Now that's well seen too. Oh, that's a key interception. Zubimendi.
This is what good chemistry is all about.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
That was superb goalkeeping.
Rashford clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
Substitution on the field.
And this could be the final action of the first half. He's got tools. He will be livid with himself.
Oh, I'm not sure what he had in mind, and I don't think he knew either.
He's done very well to take that back. Done delicately. That's beautifully weighted. Big chance! It's loose and there's a race for the ball. And the first 45 minutes are up.
Well, Peter, I think the score is a fair reflection of what we've witnessed so far, and that being good movement in both midfield and indeed up front. If those players, I think, can carry on where they left off after the break, they should impose themselves even more, and probably only one result coming here.
Well, that has been a goal-blessed half. It is 3-1.
Substitution on the field. Number 14, Tonali. Coming on the field is...
And we are underway again. Upamecano. Kimmich. And here's Haaland. And the pass is intercepted. That's a lovely, neat pass. Good spot, he's seen the run. And they can counter here. He can run onto that. It's El Shaarawy! That pass isn't the best. Oh, what has a go! Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. And the shot! Messi gets flagged offside. Zubimendi. Another pass just keeps it ticking over. Oh, this looks sharp. Well, that's beautifully weighted. And he was quick to react. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Haaland. Pedri. Zubimendi. Oh, he's found support out wide. Haaland. Zubimendi. Zubimendi. Good driving run. 60 minutes played. Rodri out to the right. That's good vision. Oh, well cut out. No margin for error there at all. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Darwin. Mbappe. Well read, nice interception. Looking for the run. Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Yeah, the idea was right. The delivery wasn't. They can revisit that further on.
Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him.
Oh, that was expansive and incisive, the type of move.
Real chance! They are rampant! And the lead is extended still further. Perfect placement, the one place the keeper couldn't reach.
That's expertly finished, and he's done that.
Well, they say football's only a game, but you should try telling this lot. Without a doubt, it is the week's most eagerly awaited contest, a sporting event which has magnificent scenery as its backdrop. It is tribal, and it has aroused the most primal of instincts in so many of us, and we are glad to have you alongside us for it. It really is a sight to behold here as Spotify Camp Nou opens its arms to the Barcelona nation, 100,000 plus. In unison. If you're just joining us, we are already underway. And it's Messi. Cruyff going face to face with his great rival.
Well, I'm not quite sure he needed to hold up play quite as much as he did then. A couple of his teammates were very annoyed.
Floats it up and over. Well, it looked promising, but the final ball is just not quite right. That pass has been well intercepted. El Shaarawy. Can he finish? It's there!
Well, they would have been looking at him to produce the goods. And that was very kind of him to oblige so early. It's the stuff you work on the training ground time and time again, and it came off.
I doubt very much that this was in the script. Now, who's going to be first to this? Barcelona leading here thanks to that early goal. 1-0 the score. Now it's Cruyff. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Pressure coming in from all directions. Alexander-Arnold. Cross goes in there. Bastoni gets it away. That is lovely. Vieira. Alexander-Arnold stood his ground strongly. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested.
Well, I think that move petered out due to a lack of urgency. There was no cutting edge.
Some really good ball movement. I think that's offside. Yes, it is. Gently done. Well played. That has snuffed out the danger. And it's Zico. Zico charging forward, the ball at his feet. Pedri. But it is clear to see that he is not at all happy with that.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Rodri. No, it's not getting there. Fiddles it through. Well timed, excellent interception. Rodri. Milan looking to get their possession game going here.
Yeah, it can be very stylish and expansive to watch if they get it to the standard we know they can. But what's key is the number of ballers in the team. As long as they don't lose the purpose, if they keep the purpose and the urgency, all will be well.
Right, Shevchenko. That was good pressing, forced the error to put an end to it before things could get even more threatening.
Oh, that's such a good run. More of that, please.
Oh, well played, well played. Zico. Can he put it away? Oh, he hit that sweetly. A poorly directed kick from the keeper. He's given it away. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that. Cannavaro gets over and intercepts. He's looking to set free a runner. Aim forwards. Maldini spots it and intercepts. Messi.
Yeah, we get to see this more and more. Defenders popping up in these positions.
Now it's El Shaarawy.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space left behind is filled.
It's a mighty effort! Decent enough try.
Yeah, he may have snatched at that a bit, even though it was quite close.
And the ball's gone astray. Zico. Well, here's a man adored by many, even deified by some. Oh, he's found support out wide, and he cuts out the supply. Alexander-Arnold.
That's alert and sharp and very well played.
Kaka. Now it's Shevchenko, and he's running through, driving through the middle.
Habrá un minuto de descuento.
Tries to dink it through. Rashford. And he was quick to react. And we hit half-time. So there we are, half-time. Both teams head into their respective dressing room. And while there was a genuine flow about the game, most importantly, there has been just one telling moment. It is still very tight here. The game still up for grabs. And the half-time score, 1-0.
On the evidence of what we've seen, they're worth their lead. There was genuine intensity and purpose behind what they brought to the game. I think they'll want a strong start just after the break, though, to force the issue that bit more.
Terrific header! Oh, just needed a better contact.
Now, that was a slick move, and there were several options in the box to pick out.
Subimendi. He'll be annoyed with himself for not getting there.
Maldini.
Pedri with a definite foul there. It's a straight red. He has been given his marching orders. Barcelona are down to 10 men. Oh, this is a very good run. Closing in on goal. They want to be quick to recover this. A temporary retreat here.
That's good pressure. It gave him no other choice.
He's found the way through. Fired deep towards the back post. Hits one! Just off target. Cruyff. And it's Shevchenko. That has not gone well. That looks a cracking ball, and he was alert to it. So, Jim, is that the manager telling the forwards that they must stay forward for now?
Well, I think he just is concentrating on the shape here, and he wants them to press as high as they can.
Shevchenko! And yes, it's there! AC Milan are all square.
The understanding between those two plays a big part in that, and releasing the run on side proved the key ingredient.
Cambio de jugadores en el Barcelona. El dorsal 92.
So time for change, and this one has been on the cards for a little while. That has certainly made things interesting.
Look, Peter, I was on the fence before a ball was kicked, and I still haven't moved.
Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Barcelona can breathe again, just.
Well, I thought they got off lightly there. The odds were stacked against them.
It's a pretty loose pass. Played back in.
He was too tightly marked when that came his way. Not really much he could do.
Barcelona perhaps wondering what the best time is for their next substitution. Oh no circumventing this opponent. Zico. He's picked his way through. That's very neat. Alexander-Arnold. That's good play. Climbs up big. Goal, Milan! And the game is well and truly turned on its head. It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Such a well-worked finish. It looked like he was going to be shut down, but he thrives in situations like that.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for.
And things are much healthier in their favour. Mind you, you would have thought that when the last one went in.
Hit into the middle. Now it's Messi. Crossed it again.
Barcelona showing a little more urgency now, and to be honest, Peter, this is what's required.
This is a really front-footed... Oh, that's horribly mistimed, and it's given penalty. And that is a huge moment in the context of the game. Barcelona on the spot for parity. He has missed it.
You couldn't ask for a better opportunity to equalise, but now he'll feel like the opposition have just scored.
Oh, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moment.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
Now it's Messi. And the pass is intercepted. Oh, he's decent hit! And the keeper has reacted superbly there.
Shevchenko clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
And we have our very first corner. Upamecano with the clearance.
Milan clearly have been instructed to kill this off. Offence is the best form of defence.
Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Rashford is in a really good position out wide. We have got changes here from both sides, in fact.
El dorsal 13, el dorsal 16.
He's not got that quite right.
El dorsal 4.
And no, that is pretty much the end of that.
El dorsal 10. Se va a realizar un cambio de jugadores.
Zaire Emery showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. And he's lost his man here. Can he get away here?
I think it's time for them to concentrate on closing this one out.
No, that's been intercepted. And it's Zico. Great ball if he can get there.
Habrá 3 minutos de descuento.
Oh, that's well spotted. Into stoppage time, whistle due any moment. Oh, well played, well sorted out. Maldini. Clips it so gently. Oh, and he's through the middle. And he's made sure that's not getting through. Barcelona have got it back and they'll have it. It's Kane! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Kane really must be thinking.
And that is that. Barcelona illustrating perfectly the fickle nature of football. Everything looked so good for them to... Well, it is a game which in the grand scheme of things may not have too much riding on it, but it is equally clear and very visible that there is much pride around it. Chants are filling our ears, proud renditions of hymns and songs. It is the perfect soundtrack. Well, there's a real familiarity about these scenes here. The followers of one of the most formidable teams in the history of football, ensuring that yet again this will be an occasion for the game's ultimate glitterati. And already we're underway here. Rodri.
There's a player below us, Peter, that I've always admired. Franco Baresi, a defender with wonderful composure and discipline.
I can't say I'm surprised by your assessment there.
Yeah, one of the great liberos. His intelligence put him on a level higher than the rest, I think.
Bastoni, well seen, saw that coming.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Isaac! Rodri tries to clear, and he'll shoot, and it's hit the woodwork and out!
These early exchanges have been frenetic. Looks like we have a proper game on our hands, Peter.
Foot in. Can he get onto this? Oh, what a climb! Goal! Barcelona! What a great header, got plenty on that.
He did so well there, attacking the ball the way he did. He got a strong forehead behind that one.
So, a breakthrough already. And a header! No, not the best of headers.
Do I really need to tell you, Peter, that he has to do better, especially from there?
Not the best distribution from the keeper. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Quarter of an hour played. It's ended up in no man's land. And that is a little undercooked. That's a good ball out wide. Hakimi. Well read, nice interception.
It's a decent chance to counter-attack.
And he gets rid in a hurry. And it's Beckham. Now it's Gnabry. Gnabry unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Well, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moment.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Chance for the header! It's loose now and they want to get it back. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. Oh, shooting chance! It's in! A quite incredible spell. They are flying. Perfect placement. The one place the keeper couldn't reach.
No other outcome there. That was bang in the corner. Unstoppable.
Barcelona are doing very nicely, thank you.
The turning of the screw comes to mind, Peter. They've got them where they want them. Well, it's a move of great promise, but will it really prove productive?
Baresi with the clearance. Oh, super find. Now it's Hullet. He's through, now is he in? Chance! He's got a goal! The lightness of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
Oh, that's wonderful to see. The run was explosive, the finish exquisite.
Spain get themselves back into contention.
Listen, goals change games, and that has changed the whole complexion of this one. They have the momentum now.
Gnabry is looking to influence the game from out wide. Couldn't squeeze it through. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Well, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. And the shot! And he looked every bit the assured keeper there.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
Barcelona with the corner. They're first. Hullet gets it away. Spain have the chance to go the other way. It's a sharp pass. Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Ah, he made it look a bit predictable.
Great ball if he can get there. In with a header! Oh, denied brilliantly!
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
And he was quick to react. Not the most accurate pass. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that. Played back in. He's had a hit! Now, who's going to be first to this? Costa Corta. It's Bellingham. Hullet. And that's been won straight back. Rodri.
Habrá un minuto de descuento.
Oh, perfectly measured that. Beckham. Gnabry. And there's the end of the first half. So half-time, no shortage of action and talking points at both ends of the field. 3 goals to light up the crowd. And a fair reflection of the territorial state of play with the half-time scoreline 2-1. It is quite a game, breathless and laced with excitement.
Well, it's still anyone's game, as both sides have shown they have goals in them. As for the next one, should it arrive, that may have a bigger bearing as to who emerges victorious.
Barcelona have ultimately had the better of things in the first half, ahead by the odd goal in 3. It is, of course, far from 1. Both managers in pensive mood as they head down the tunnel. It is 2-1 here at half-time.
Cambio de jugadores.
And that's the start of another 45 minutes. And that is as far as they're going to go. Bellingham. And here's Mbappe. Oh, just skips past his man. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal. And it had to be.
He had a chance to offload that left, so I think he's going to have to swallow his medicine on this one.
And no, that was never going to make it. Beckenbauer cuts out the pass. Back into the middle. Well, the run has been sold a little bit short there.
Spain clearly should have gone for the easier pass. Now they'll have to quickly regroup.
Couldn't quite squeeze that one through. El Shaarawy looks to he gets big. Denied by an instinctive save.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it. Whatever happens, that's the kind of movement which raises hope.
And he's taking no chances there.
Spain making a fresh attempt to release someone in behind from back to front, and this is something different.
Spain upping the intensity here, having lost possession.
Yeah, it's actually very good pressing. They want it back as quickly as they can get it, and they're hunting in packs to do just that.
Good to watch.
It really is. It's rugged and robust, but it still needs plenty of intelligence and teamwork.
Played with finesse. There's the delivery. That was always going to be the keepers. Well read, nice interception. And here's El Shaarawy. Hakimi. Upamecano kept his eye on it, and he's there. Hakimi. Hakimi has it out wide. And oh, smashing header! And he has kept it out somehow.
Zubimendi really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
That's a decent clearance. Threads one in. And now a sudden chance to counter. And he's intervened well there. Well, that pass isn't the best. Dealt with nicely by the defence. That is good pressure, just hounded him off it. Well, that's surely a foul. Free kick. Beckenbauer gets across to intercept that. El Shaarawy. Plays a sharp little ball here. And it's Neymar. Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Oh, truly brave defending.
That is superb defensive work. The one man who had to be on top of his game, and he was. Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Oh, he had to make that, and he did make it. And here's the chance to counter. Looking for the run. He has found the way through. Gnabry plays it in. And that has earned a reprieve for the time being. That's a decent clearance. Tries to get it clear. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Barcelona are looking to go forward now. Tries to dink it through. Now it's El Shaarawy. Barcelona have reclaimed it. Messi. Just 5 minutes remaining now. He's away. Mbappe. Oh, what a... Mbappe! And he hits the net. We thought it was over. It's all square once more.
Gol de España.
The invitation was clear and it was accepted with the utmost glee.
Well, to his credit, he managed to ghost into space to finish things off, but the failure to spot him was ghastly defence.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. All square again into the dying... Tries a shot! Great build-up. It all deserved a better ending.
Almost the perfect move. Almost. The finish just wasn't quite at the same level.
Mbappe. Gently done. Steered out wide, but he won't reach that one. Baresi. That's headed upfield. Back in possession, and oh no, what has happened here? And the number on the board is 3. Now it's Mohamed Salah. Oh, that's fabulous. Cafu. And the referee brings it to a close. A draw and a highly unpredictable one. Fair share of momentum shifts. Highly... Well, they say football's only a game, but you should try telling this lot. Without a doubt, it is the week's most eagerly awaited contest, a sporting event which has magnificent scenery as its backdrop. It is tribal, and it has aroused the most primal of instincts in so many of us, and we are glad to have you alongside us for it. Well, there's a real familiarity about these scenes here, the followers of one of the most formidable teams in the history of football, ensuring that, yet again, this will be an occasion for the game's ultimate glitterati. If you're just joining us, we are already underway. Zubimendi. Now it's Messi. And he cuts out the supply. Well, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moment.
Oh, that just... Mbappe!
That's what you call inspired goalkeeping.
Mbappe is offering a wry smile there. All he needs to do is to place this between the goalposts and basically let them attack it.
Well, there's the clearance. Ball is over the line. It's Schneider! That had everyone off their seats.
Look, I'm sure he'll deny it, Peter, but the keeper didn't have that covered.
Over to the left. Played back in. Courtois will lay claim to that. Well, that's beautifully weighted. Was a brilliant save.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Besiktas have the chance to go the other way. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Oh, he's bustling through here. Now this could be a chance. Time, excellent interception. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking.
You can never be short of runners into space, as long as the space left behind is filled.
Yamal providing an outlet on that flank. Oh, that's fabulous. Well read, and the danger is averted. Well, that pass isn't the best. Shapes to shoot! Mbappe! They just took too long getting forward.
Mbappe cannot be that slow, and it took the sting out of the break and a big chance wasted.
Taken back almost at once. That has been cut short. Now the finish! Goal! Barcelona! Barcelona are in front. It was a great finish. He put it away with great poise, dead-eye accuracy.
He weighed up the landscape, Peter, and he stuck it bang in the corner.
Barcelona have fired themselves in front.
Yeah, and just as the manager's been reminding his players, this is the time where they can't afford to let their focus slip.
The ball is loose and the chase is on. Now, who's going to be first to this? Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Oh, that's well spotted. Bastoni makes the interception. Now it's Rashford. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. And he's intervened well there. Courtois punts it upfield. Oh, great chance. Hits one. Oh, it's come loose. And that's played in low. Alexander-Arnold is there and he can pick it up. Oh, perfectly measured that. An uncompromising challenge. He can get that clear. Now it's Rashford, and he's managed to get free. Rashford.
Barcelona can certainly afford to see this half out now and reset to it.
There's the shot! It's in! 2 up now, and they are cruising. And that will surely go down as one of the easiest goals he could ever score.
Such a smart finish, and the setup was very good too, but defensively, they didn't cover themselves in glory here.
Things starting to look very comfortable.
Well, with this kind of authority, Peter, why not push on and totally kill this off?
Messi. It's Rashford! And it's there! A quite incredible spell. They are flying.
Well, there's always a chance of being caught like that when you surrender the football.
3-0 and things are starting to look awfully cosy.
To be expected, Peter. They've gone and stepped it up, something they've been threatening to do and will continue to do by the looks of it.
Tries a header! Went with his head but couldn't steer it in.
Well, the moans and groans from the stands now are very
He
audible.
welcomes it in. That is a great... He's had a hit! Really well taken goal. They're back within reach! Just so calm under pressure, and he managed to fashion a fine finish.
Well, he had to deal with an awful lot of unwanted attention, but his...
And that'll be the last act of the first half.
Well, it's hard to say whether a 2-goal advantage under these circumstances is decisive or not, but so far, I haven't really seen enough to indicate that the opposition can come out in the second half and improve to that degree.
Well, that has been a goal-blessed half. It is 3-1. Hostilities have resumed at the start of the second half. So both teams emerge the same as they were before the break. No, that was never going to make it. Van Dijk. Bellingham. Rodri. Now it's El Shaarawy. Back into the middle. Nice interception, well timed. Bastoni calmly anticipates. Played back in. Bellingham. Hakimi kept aware, and it is reclaimed easily. Rodri. Hakimi. It's a good spell of possession, this. Messi is in a really good position out wide. Can he finish? Now Mbappe. He's looking wide. Vinicius Junior in acres of space out wide. Vinicius Junior was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless.
That's just playing it safe and simple.
Haaland, real chance! And he's there to get it away. Quarter of an hour into the second half. He's found support out wide. Brilliantly cut out. Well, the runner's been sold a little bit short there.
That was just poor decision-making and a weak execution.
That is good alertness. Upamecano with the slide tackle there. Oh, that is a good ball to... Great hit! They've done it! It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Such a well-worked finish. It looked like he was going to be shut down, but he thrives in situations like that.
El dorsal 6.
This is threatening to become a really good game.
I think they can sense a comeback here, and so can this crowd. It's all systems go now.
Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. João Neves. Final ball not quite right, and his teammates are irritated at that.
Well, it's good stuff. This is better.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
I think they just have to keep forcing the issue, and they'll get clinical.
Courtois deals with it effortlessly. Well, they've got it back in a hurry. Haaland. Rodri. Zubimendi. Yamal. Mbappe. Oh, that's a very... And the finish! He scores! Do not write them off. Back they come. No space, no problem. You just cannot stop him.
Haaland demonstrated great strength there. I mean, he really had to hold his man off and just create enough room for him to be able to get the shot away. And I think it's just top play.
And with that, the hat-trick is complete.
Well, he's been the outstanding player on the pitch and devastating in front of goal. What a display. What a player.
So time for change, and this one has been on the cards for a little while. This has become one superb game of football.
Well, it's been an absolutely fabulous spell for them, and they're starting to look unstoppable. There could be more on the way.
Kvaratskhelia.
When it's delivered early like that, defenders just can't get themselves set.
Zaire Emery is there to clear. João Neves picked out, and the shot! And no, he couldn't find the finish.
Mbappe fully appreciates that. He could have won it then, and now he'll be all the keener not to lose it. Don't you just love the level of intensity here? Neither is prepared to back down, and to be honest, that's how it should be.
Can he get onto this? Neymar cuts it out. Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
Back into the middle.
That's positional gold. The utilisation of space.
And they've got rid. Oh, well played, well sorted out. Costa Curta. Just 5 minutes left. Bastoni promptly onto that, and that is that.
Well, both sides might have to settle for a draw here, although there's still a chance for one last fling.
Hakimi gets a foot in here. And he won't reach that. Costa Curta picks it up from the goal kick. And he's heaved it away. Pedri. Oh, super find. Alvarez. He is through here. And Dijk did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Bastoni kept his eye on it, and he's there. Kvaratskhelia. And the ball's gone astray. Oh, not quite. And that's it. What a game. A contest of ferocity and marvellous talent from start to finish. Your reflections then, Jim?
Yeah, this looked the most likely outcome, but we've had a good variety.
Well, it is a game which in the grand scheme of things may not have too much riding on it, but it is equally clear and very visible that there is much pride around it. Chants are filling our ears, proud renditions of hymns and songs. It is the perfect soundtrack. Well, there's a real familiarity about these scenes here. The followers of one of the most formidable teams in the history of football, ensuring that yet again this will be an occasion for the game's ultimate glitterati. The action has already started. Rodri. Bit of a communication breakdown there, it seems. Bastoni attempts a clearance. Threads one in. Good spot, he's seen the run. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. And he's let fly. He won't be happy with that one. Jim, who do you pick out as the telling individual today?
Well, Peter, I really like this lad, Jules Koundé, a lot. He isn't the biggest, but he's known for having a big character that makes up for that. He's brilliant in boxes and he can outmuscle opponents that are much bigger than him. You add a little...
And the shots! Goal! Barcelona! Barcelona are in front!
Yeah, I'd call that transition with bite. They won it back and bit hard.
So we have had the first significant moment. It is 1-0.
Well, that's changed the mood entirely, as you'd expect, Peter. It'll be fascinating now to see what kind of reaction it will cause.
And the cutback, backward it goes.
Just too much pressure. Had to go that way.
Strokes it back.
That's good pressure. It gave him no other choice.
And back to the goalkeeper. Bayer punts it upfield. And he's managed to get free. And here's Lautaro Martinez. They've got to be quick to recover this. Gently done. This ended up in no man's land. Oh, that's fabulous. Messi. Great chance! Goal! A quite incredible spell. They are flying. It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Yeah, he won the jostle and it was a very good finish, and I think he'll go away feeling pretty good about that one.